Oh, good morning. My name is John Carter, and obviously from Newtown, Connecticut. Since this is going into the official record, obviously my first thing I'd like to do is congratulate the Yukon Huskies for their victory last night in the national championship.
Great.
So
we appreciate that. I have to swear you in first, but we'll know that you're telling the truth on that one, so we won't have to restate that again. And I am getting there, so I apologize for not being there in person. Would you raise your right hand, please? Would you promise, swear, affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please proceed.
Hi, good morning. It's an honor to stand before you today as a nominee for the Connecticut Port Authority. As someone who is deeply committed to improving the economic growth and vitality of the state, I am excited about the opportunity to contribute to the skills and experience this important organization. Throughout my career, I have demonstrated a strong commitment to public service and a passion for driving positive change. I worked tirelessly to build partnerships between businesses, government, and communities. I believe that my experience, expertise, and commitment to public service make me an excellent candidate for the Connecticut Port Authority. If confirmed, I will work diligently to ensure that the Connecticut Port Authority fulfills its mission of promoting economic growth and job creation by enhancing the state's ports and maritime industries. I believe that our ports are critical assets that can be leveraged to support businesses, create jobs, and promote sustainable economic development. I'm committed to working collaboratively with stakeholders across Connecticut to ensure the Port Authority operates with transparency, accountability, and focusing on delivering results. Thank you for your time and consideration of my nomination. I look forward to answering your questions you may have and the opportunity to serve the people of Connecticut as a board member of the Port Authority.
Great, thank you very much. Is this your first term on the Port Authority?
It is. It's actually my initial nomination. Correct.
Oh, great. And who have you been nominated by?
By the Speaker of the House.
Oh, excellent. Okay. And do you have, at this point, have you seen places where you think could need some improvement, or places in where you think your skill set will be helpful? Because Port Authority is fairly new. There's been some concerns over the last few years with it, and just seeing if there's places where you thought you might be able to bring your skill set to help guide the Port Authority over the next several years.
So just for a little bit of background, I did 30 years in the United States Navy, 8 combat deployments, commanded 3 ships. Last ship I commanded was USS Baton, LHD-5. I also ended my career, or my last tour, I served as the Chief of Staff, or essentially direct representative of the commander of Military Sea Lift Command, which essentially employs the largest maritime crew or company in the United States, having well over 130 ships, all crewed by civilian mariners. I've had a unique opportunity to sail most of all the terminals, both in the United States and overseas. So I think I could bring that perspective. Budget for Military Sea Lift Command was up around $3.4 billion. Certainly comfortable with large project managements. I think my last overhaul on one of my ships was over $150 million. So I'm comfortable probably with the size and the scope of the work that's currently going on down at the State Pier in New London. I think bringing that sort of perspective, both from a government entity, now I work in the private industry, and now from the private industry perspective, to help the Connecticut Port Authority as it moves forward, both in its new long 10-year lease agreement and the development of that pier down there.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I think you were well qualified. Thank you for your service, by the way, and I think your service in the Navy will certainly bring a good perspective to the Port Authority. That's all the questions I have for now. Representative Yaccarino, do you have any questions at all?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Carter, for stepping up and also serving our country. I served in the Navy Reserve just for 4 years, not the extent what you did, but I think you bring great expertise to the Port Authority, will bring the great expertise to the Port Authority. But like Chairman Duff asked you, there's challenges with our Port Authority, and I think we have great potential, could you see anything where you could bring a change to the Port Authority in your view, in your mind, or is it too soon to answer that question?
I think the biggest thing is I look forward to working with the Connecticut Port Authority, and I think there is this concern of maybe lack of transparency or some of the challenges currently with the project going on down at, obviously the major project going down at the State Pier in New London, and I think I should certainly be able to help the leadership in the Port Authority and how to best communicate those issues. As with any project, especially the size and scope that we're doing down at the New London State Pier, as with remodeling your house, there's always challenges that go along the way with something that large. I think looking at the future benefit, both in its application to developing the wind farms and alternate forms of energy that will support this regional area very much. I think there's a lot there. I think also, as it continues to try to expand through its small harbor development program is another area that I'm very interested in. So I think, I think just I guess my peer expertise and kind of that part of it, I think is where I look forward to contributing.
I appreciate that. Then we also have New Haven and Bridgeport. And like I said, I think we have great potential, and I'm sure you'll do a great job and work hard and work together. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And congratulations to you, of course. And thank you, Mr. Carter. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other hands up at all. So I will. Is there any, Madam Clerk, anybody have their hand up at all? We know.
Mr. Chair.
So. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Martin.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Mr. Allen, thank you for being nominated, as well as with your background, looks like, oh, Mr. Carter, I'm sorry. Allen, middle name, right?
Middle name, yes,
Okay.
yes,
yep. But it looks like from your resume that you'll be a great asset to the board. You seems like you've been following what's been going on down at the State Pier, and the numerous requisitions for additional funding, something that started at 91 million that quickly rose to 155, and then all of a sudden it's above 235. Now it's 255 now. And now we also know that there's more to come. So in your opinion, regarding this project, how do you think it's been handled thus far? And how should things be handled going forward?
Obviously a great question. And, so once again, I have done as much of the research that I can, on, how it's gone along so far. Obviously not intimately involved in the decisions that were made along the way. And I think a lot of times it's very hard to go back and criticize decisions that you weren't, maybe fundamentally involved in. I will say that, no matter what your position is, rebuilding a asset as significant as that pier and developing it so that it can harness future technologies, making sure that the heavy lift capability is there, is a big endeavor. And so I would say the biggest part of maybe the concern is, as you negotiate with contractors to do that future work, it gets very hard to sort of say, hey, we think there's about another $20 million, because you're kind of essentially tipping your hand to your contractor as to what you're going to finally negotiate at, I think. And I think that's some of the challenges from the transparency perspective that the board may be having. Like I said, when you start getting into construction, piers and especially piers that have been there for a very long time, you start looking at a lot of that remediation. There's a lot of costs there that can sometimes be, unanticipated. So I would say, obviously, finishing the pier and getting it done, and hopefully at not a much larger, additional funding and then making sure moving forward that the transparency on how it's managed, both with the current partners and future partners, I think will be critical.
Yeah.
I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I understand, when you get to a scope of project that big, and you use the term, when you're renovating your house, you think you got a budget and all of a sudden you seem to go over your budget. And this, you kind of anticipated this would have happened, but not to this magnitude. And I almost feel like this was too big of a project for some that were involved in it. And that may have been part of the problem. I guess what I'm looking for is, so how do you rebuild trust of our state in the people? How does the Port Authority rebuild its trust, not only to the people of Connecticut, but to us legislators? We were sold. I feel like we were hoodwinked, right? We were sold on a bill of goods for this project of $91 million. Come to find out, after we reached the $235 million mark, that all the information that they had was not shared with us legislators. That might have changed our mind to pursuing this endeavor. So how do we rebuild that trust?
Well, obviously, as a member of the board, it's going to be, critical that I speak, directly with the, both, Mr. Hammond and the rest of the, CPA, the day-to-day people who manage that, to make sure that they are being direct and upfront and transparent with you as a legislator. I mean, you obviously all were the ones elected to properly spend our taxpayer, my taxpayer dollars. And so I certainly appreciate your concern. And I think, working directly with him to help rebuild that trust, and maybe making sure that when we're at our board meetings and engaging with them, that, hey, are we being fully open and transparent with the legislator? I think it is one of those things that I can bring forward with it. Trust me, having served my 30 years in the Navy, transparency and sort of being forthright, I think, is what really builds those relationships. The news may not always be good news, and we're probably at a point where we just, you really need to want to get the project finished and move forward. And then I think in the future, work very hard to be as transparent as possible.
Yeah, thank you. What comes to my mind, I'm listening to here, is I guess I felt while watching this process, having voted on the $91 million,
Right.
and then subsequently all the other additions to that, and being on the bonding commission, and being involved in the questioning of some of the controversial issues that began when I was the ranking member of the Transportation Committee, and the frustration, I guess, that we experienced regarding this project. I'm starting to lose my thought here, so sorry. It'll come back to me, but let me move on to another question, and we'll go back to that. So regarding the state's economy, how does the Port Authority, how does the Port Authority, or excuse me, the ports, including the small ports as well, contribute to our state's economy?
Well, I think we contribute both, one from, break bulk shipping, which, obviously it's not container shipping, but there is some break bulk shipping that we contribute to the state economy. I think obviously from a recreational perspective, we should be able to contribute to state economy through the ferry service. Port Authority contributes, and should be able to assist in, generating additional revenue for the state of Connecticut. Clearly, the advancement of the wind energy and the farms, that this sort of new pier is going to be very much a niche. I mean, it's already anticipated to promote over 160 turbines for offshore wind power, both supporting New York, Connecticut, and the state of Rhode Island. So I think there's great value there. I know from what I've read, future ferry services going from Bridgeport back into New York to help that development. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in the maritime side. I don't know if there will ever be the ability to generate a big container port like in New York and Boston. in New Jersey. But I think there's a lot of niche stuff, especially in ferry services and, and such as what is being proposed for the new state pier in New London that I think are other future options and things that Port Authority should be looking at to bring forward to the legislation.
I just remembered my last question, and now I'll just turn it into a statement.
Sure.
I felt that watching this process, 91 million to 135, 220, 235, 255. I felt that the board did not ask sufficient questions. You start with the 91 million, and where was the scrutiny? Where is the questions that perhaps should have been asked and weren't asked? And it's almost as if the chairman of the board was steering this specifically. And then during the course of the years, all the controversy that was raised, and that it's just like, what a mess that we got ourselves in. And then why didn't we stop this from the get-go is what I asked myself. Even though we went from 91 to 255 and it's heading to $300 million and the benefits of that. Now, had we known that, and there's information that I'm aware of that, they kind of knew it was going to be a $285 million project, but we were told 91. So why, you're talking, I hear you about transparency, but why weren't the questions asked so that we could make the right decision? And knowing what we know now, would we have made this decision? We've driven out a couple of businesses in that port that were successful. And now they're not there anymore. They had to go find another place. Particularly the company that provided us salt for our roads from municipalities. So I think you're sensing some of the frustration at my end here.
I most certainly do.
All right, but I hope that you are a vocal voice on that board and you're not apprehensive, and I don't think you will be apprehensive about asking questions. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Carter, I would first want to congratulate you. You're not too far from me. I live in Bridgeport. So first of all, congratulate you on this. And, I heard Senator Martin's frustration with the pier and the overruns that we had. But we have a responsibility too, as legislators, to stay on top of this. But I hope that you would pledge that going forward, that you would be on top of this information and checking in and speaking out. I've been known to be unpopular because of speaking out when I see something wrong, because it's about the good of the people. It's not about me as an individual. And I would hope that you would be that person also. So just congratulations, and know that I'm looking forward to seeing what you do and how you move forward, but congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any other further questions or comments from anybody. So I will ask the final question, which is there anything in your past that might prove to be embarrassing to you, the committee, or the state of Connecticut?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Sophia Japanen of Avon to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm amazing, thank you.
Good, thanks. Great. Could you raise your right hand, please?
Yeah.
Do you promise, swear, affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. And please feel free to give an opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Duff, Chairman Concepcion, Vice Chair Looney, Vice Chair Godfrey, ranking members Kelly and Yacarino, and members of the committee and executive and legislative nominations. My name is Sophia Japinen, and it is an honor to appear before you today as a nominee to serve on the Board of Regents for Higher Education, governing the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities. As an alum of Charter Oak State College and as a lifelong learner who has experienced firsthand the transformative power of higher education and the CSCU system, I am confident that I can bring valuable insights and perspectives to the board, especially regarding the unique challenges and opportunities that our adult learners face. I believe that higher education should empower individuals to bring them closer to their best selves, explore their passions, and reach their full potential. Therefore, I am committed to advocating for policies and practices that support this vision and better support adult learners. As stated, I graduated from Charter Oak State College in 2021 with an MS in Organizational Effectiveness and Leadership, and attending CSCU's online college allowed me to achieve my educational opportunities and goals, all while balancing a demanding career and family responsibilities. As an electrical system design engineer, I have developed a unique ability to see complex systems from an expanded perspective, which allows me to identify the connections between various components and develop solutions that address the root causes of problems. I am confident that by applying my system thinking and problem-solving skills to higher education, I can contribute to developing innovative approaches to address the challenges facing the system today. To ensure that all Connecticut students have access to high-quality education, I am committed to advocating for targeted support and resources for students from underserved communities, including financial assistance, mentorship, and access to academic and career counseling. By investing in students, we can help them overcome the obstacles they face and reach their full potential. Additionally, as a parent of 2 children in the K-12 system, I understand the importance of creating supportive and inclusive learning environments that nurture each student's individuality and passion for learning. Furthermore, I am committed to ensuring that our institutions are accountable for their spending and prioritize investments that directly benefit students. I believe in granting institutions the autonomy to make decisions in their best interests, promoting innovation and responsiveness to the unique needs of their communities. Finally, I am dedicated to strengthening the alignment between our higher education system and Connecticut's workforce needs by collaborating closely with industry leaders and developing new programs and partnerships. We can ensure that our graduates are well prepared to enter the job market and contribute to the economic vitality of our state. My top priority will be to promote equal opportunity for all students and foster a diverse and compassionate and heart-centered environment in our institutions. By prioritizing a heart-centered approach to education, we can create an inclusive and nurturing environment where every student feels seen, heard, and valued. Now, I just want to cover what a heart-centered approach in higher education may involve. It's providing access to mental health services and promoting mental health and well-being using tools such as heart coherence technology and mindfulness techniques. Offering academic and career support services that prioritize student success. Creating a supported and inclusive environment that values diversity, creativity, and community building. Encouraging meaningful engagement and partnerships with local and global communities and workforces through service learning and civic engagement opportunities. Promoting ethical and sustainable practices and values in research, teaching, and campus operations. Emphasizing the importance of safety, personal growth, and acts of service to students, staff, and faculty. To achieve these goals, I will work closely with my fellow board members, administrators, faculty, and students to identify and address the unique challenges facing our education system, as well as celebrate our successes. I am honored to have been nominated by Minority Leader Vincent Candelora for this position on the Connecticut Board of Regents for Higher Education. Thank you all for considering my nomination. And I look forward to the opportunity to serve our state's public colleges and universities. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your opening remarks. They were really comprehensive and excellent. And have you been to a meeting yet, or are you waiting for your confirmation?
I've been to one meeting, so I'm very new in the board.
So now that you know everything, what do you want to change? No, I'm just kidding. But I thought what you said was really excellent on how you plan to approach your work on the board. Can you tell me a little bit about how you feel, especially being from Charter Oak? Do you know if there's another member on the board at this point from Charter Oak, or would you be the only one?
Yes, there's one member from Charter Oak on the board as well.
Oh, great. Okay. And how do you see that fitting in as far as, because a lot of times I think we look at, and I'm collectively, we as a state look at, the bricks and mortar buildings and may overlook a little bit online. And that is certainly an important component. How do you try and make sure that that's always front and center?
Yeah, so when it comes to Charter Oak, one of the things as being an adult learner, the flexibility and the community that's at Charter Oak allowed me to be my authentic self, and knowing that everything was online, but I was able to actually still form a community with my students, with the students, and also with the teachers. And I feel as if it really prepared me for my current employee for leadership. So
Great. And have you had conversations with President Chang on the strategic plan and what that means, and how do you have any thoughts on that at this point?
well, I can't wait to learn from President Chang. First of all, I have not had the conversations yet with him about that, but I plan on sitting with him and getting to have more information so that I can make better decisions. I want to be able to see the bigger picture of how everything connects, and be able to make better decisions on behalf of the board. So that is on my my list.
On the to-do list, right?
Yeah, it's on a to-do list. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. And let me pass it over to Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Sophia, for stepping up, and congratulations on graduating. You sounds like you have a couple degrees.
Yeah, I do.
Very impressive.
Thank you.
What are you, like, for somebody saying their late 20s, 30s, do you think there's roadblocks or something you could work on maybe to let them know there are opportunities to go to Charter Oak or community college, or just say UConn or state school? Do you see that being a problem? I didn't go to college until I was in my 30s, and it was just because I wanted to do it. But it wasn't for Gateway Community College, I probably wouldn't have went. So I don't know if you want to weigh in on that.
Sure, I can answer that. Well, as an adult learner, like an older generation student in higher education, I recognize that the younger generation students are always exploring and speculating new ideas and concepts that are beyond what my generation could have imagined. And I'm constantly inspired by the leading edge of their thought and what the questions they have and the ideas they have. So I feel as if when it comes to education, whether you're just now going into just starting 18, 19, or going in, I went after 12 years of working back to school. I think there's three focuses. I just want to cover that. In undergraduate, for example, there's three focuses that, students have is, whether they feel safe, psychologically and physically safe. A second focus would be whether they're growing in all the domains, the spiritual, the physical, the emotional, the social, and also giving. You find that, students that are a part of certain organizations or institutions, they want to be able to give back to their school, they want to be able to give that to their community, and they want to give to themselves. But as an adult learner, when you leave school, the first thing you think about is providing for your family, providing for your parents. In my case, before I had my family. And then you spend a couple years and you say you want to develop yourself as an individual. You want your family to have a better opportunity. And then it becomes a purpose. And then that purpose allows you to plant seeds. And when you plant these seeds, it's going back to that giving. So I think that if we can look into the heart of the matter on what allows people to be their authentic selves and be able to show them that these institutions are really heartwarming and can bring you in and allow you to be your highest expression. I'm not quite sure if I answered that correctly, but I
You
feel
did.
if we can build that culture of we're here to grow, we're here to plant seeds, and we're here to make this state so much better when it
You have
comes.
a great perspective, and I think you're going to do terrific. Representative Candelora nominate you.
Yeah.
Congratulations to him and you. I just wish you all the best, and keep your thoughts that you have now. And be inclusive like you are, and I think that's very important. And encourage people to even if they are in their late 20s, 30s, or 40s, or even older, to go back to school. There's opportunities, and I think you're going to do great on the board.
Thank
And I
you.
wish you all the best for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm so encouraged by our future, listening to you and the things that you would like to do, and going deep, really deep into understanding how we engage youth and how we take a path that's so positive. I would like to ask you about how do you transfer what you just gave us, which was very empowering and encouraging. How do you transfer that to younger people to show them that there's a path for them? And maybe it's not obvious to them right now, but to see you sit here at this point in your life to be appointed to the Board of Regents is a feather in the cap of you, and also the people who have surrounded you to give you that lift that you have, and empowered you to take this and go a step further. But it's wonderful to have it. More importantly, it's important on how you share that or get that out to others. And if you could just, speak a little bit about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Wonderful. Every student is going through their unique challenges. And I think that when we take the time to truly listen and understand their needs, by doing that, we provide that space for them to grow, and it provides support. And once we do that, they will open up and they will see you as more of an example and want to know more and want to grow, because sometimes they just want to be heard. They want to be valued. They want to have connections. And if you can just sit and listen, first of all, just listen. And then that collaboration and that creativity and all that will come, it will flow through. And then they will feel like they can do anything. And then they want to be part of the institutions and what we have to offer within them.
Thank you. And excuse me. And then to follow up on that, do you belong to any organizations that work with youth?
I don't right now. When I was younger, I was a big part of, I was a cross-career educator in Minneapolis, Minnesota, for many years. And I did that. But I do not right now due to my busy schedule, but it's something that I have considered. And it's something that I do want to be a part of, seeing my children in K through 12 and what they go through. And I just want to be able to just, to learn from all of them, because I learn something from my kids every day, and the thing is that you're never too old to learn. And I laugh about it all the time because it really allows me to be a better person.
I agree. I appreciate that. Well, congratulations.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I agree with you. It's never too late to learn, and we learn things every day. You know, sometimes I learned something recently and like, why didn't I know that 20 years ago? Things have been much easier. Senator Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sophia, congratulations.
Thank you, Senator Martin.
You talked about, let me begin by saying this. So you sort of, I heard, what I think I heard you say is that you want to help the students identify who they are and sort of steer them into their career that is
Right.
right for them, which I think is very much in line with, I think, what the paradigm shift that I believe that's taken place in all of our education, regardless if it's at preschool or middle school, elementary school, middle school, and high school and higher ed. I think aptitude testing is probably where we may be heading, probably at earlier ages, and some are not getting that, I would believe, and some are. But I think helping students explore who they are and what interests that are God-given to them. And if we do that and help them identify those, excuse me, those careers, I think we are going to see a very thriving state as a whole, and our families as well would be better off for it. Our communities would be better off. So I guess what I'd like to hear from you is your thoughts on the career paths that are being discussed now. Excuse me. Career paths that are being discussed now on at the high school level and the State Department of Education. And your thoughts on, I guess what we're realizing is that not everyone is cut out to go to some form of higher ed, right? We've been sold a bill of, we've been conditioned to believe that going to higher ed, getting a degree makes you successful. And I think what we're realizing is, well, that's not necessarily true.
Right.
Because there are some very successful individuals who are in the trades. And I know this is your part of your purview, right? The tech program as well, right? So could you just explain to me what your feelings are regarding how the direction that we may be going in with this paradigm shift that seems to be taking place?
Yeah. So the students are coming in with a different mindset, and I think, like, I'm gonna just kind of relate this back to what I do, create systems. And in any system, you can create a system and you can leave it for many years, or you actually have to go in and reboot it. You got to put software in it, and you gotta maintain it so that it goes with the current times and technology and workflows of today. So when it comes to students and being able to live their highest expression, you have to allow them to be authentically themselves, but you have to kind of teach them how to learn, you know what I mean, in some sense. So going into these institutions, if you can have a way to actually say, okay, these are what's available, but they can also go ahead and learn how to learn. You know what I mean? In some cases, when you're coming out of K through 12, you really don't know how to learn. You're kind of in this linear mindset mentality, and you don't understand the complete concept of what you're going to school for. You don't even really know what you want to do. But if you can actually have them kind of look within themselves, go through those classes, go through a way of saying, this is the best way I learn, and this is how, this is the resources that are available. Because if you go online, there's so many resources for them to learn. And in school, it almost feels limiting in some sense, because you have to be able to allow them to pretty much conceptually see what they need to do from a bigger picture. So if they can get that, I believe that they would be able to be very successful in the institution, more than a linear perspective.
Okay, I guess what I'm would think is that those different ways of learning would take place would be able to be identified at a lower grade level. And then as you go through, obviously, they continue. But specifically regarding career paths and sharing and exposing, I guess, our students to various business sectors, medical, business, IT,
Mhm.
financial, it's endless, right? Where you
It is, yeah.
think of all the people that make this building operate, all sorts of individuals. Hey, HVAC contractors are in the building. We got police officers, right? You know, now and then we got firemen in the building who are here lobbying. But the point that I'm making is, what are your thoughts on this paradigm shift that's taken place regarding the career paths and exposing kids to internships and then connecting them to higher ed, as well as recognizing that, gee, not all kids are going to go to college, but yet there are some that are going to go into the trades and they're going to require certificates or licenses. But then again, allowing them to have the opportunity to go on to higher ed,
Right.
and as well as
Yeah.
creating a path, obviously, for those that are destined to go to higher ed, get a bachelor's degree, associate's degree, master's, etc.
I
Thoughts?
understand. I understand your question now, Senator Martin. Thank you. So you made a really key point here. You said internships. And what I'm realizing now is that students who are in high school, if they had internships and if we were able to partner so that students can have internships, they would really know what they want to get into when it comes to going into the colleges. An internship, if they want to go in the medical field, in my sense, my daughter wants to do architecture, it'll be great if she was able to do an internship while in high school. It'll also help with the student debt, I would think, because then she would, have some type of, also we could do some type of financial literacy in high school too, so that when they're going into college, they kind of know what they're going into as far as their finances and the benefits of it. I'm all for student loans because I wouldn't be here today without it. But I really think that the preparation in high school going into the next level of college really helps, because you never really know the experiences that they have had within the K through 12 system that kind of deter them away from going to college. And that sometimes happens a lot. So if there is systems in place to kind of help them to understand themselves, their communities, their surroundings, what's available, it's all about awareness and authenticity. I mean, going back to that, but if they were aware of that, for example, if there's an ESPN or a Disney and what they do, they would say, okay, can I have an internship there? And then they will learn, and they may not really like exactly what they did, but they may see something else while they're in that building and say, that's what I want to do. I think it's more about awareness and that bridge from one system to the next.
Mhm. Good. Well, thank you for that answer. You mentioned financial literacy, and I could
Yeah.
agree with you more how important that is for anyone who's, well, I think it's important for all our students, particularly those in high school who are about ready to enter the workforce upon leaving or going into some type of higher ed or continuing their education, and understanding the obligations about once you sign on that dotted line for a loan, regardless if it's for a car or credit card, and using that credit card and what it means, as well as balancing the checkbook. But moving on to those that are going to higher ed, the importance of realizing that, gee, incurring this debt is serious. There is an obligation. Someone is you're buying a product when you're going to a university, you're buying a product and you want to use that product well. And knowing that at the end, I'm going to have a really good paying job, or that's the goal, right?
Yep. That's fine.
And in the end, when I'm all done, I'm going to be able to afford not only paying off that loan, but hopefully a car, a house, etc. So I couldn't agree with you more. And I know you mentioned the student debt, and it's I guess we all know that many students today have this an obscene amount of money to pay back, and hopefully we can find ways of minimizing that for them going forward. And you mentioned internships and earning credits while you are in high school, if through an internship program where you go to work for an architect or ESPN, but you are earning college credits. And I think being in your position on this board of regents, you're able to input onto the encouragement of that regarding, gee, let's establish more internships throughout our whole state and work with the Tungus Community College as an example, along with Central Connecticut University and all our public schools, right? Regarding how can we establish that. I've taken enough time. I think you're going to do great on this board, and I wish you the best.
Thank you,
Okay?
Senator Martin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Since I'm now here in person, hi, how are you?
Good to see you.
Sorry for the delay. I think I've lost my connection to the Zoom. Do we have any other folks on Zoom with their hands up at all? No, okay. Thank you. So our one last question that we ask everybody is there? Oh, Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sophia. I want to start by saying congratulations on your nomination. Just by hearing the way how you have been answering the questions that you have been posed with, I am very proud, to hear the way how you have been handling the questions. I know that, or I perceive that you are the right candidate for this position. For this, I will be supporting you. But I do have, should I say a few questions, or should I say concerns? I want to start by saying that as a former Norwell Community College, I feel a lot advantage of on attending community colleges, whether it's for financials or because financially, as you know, it is easier from people from communities, that don't have the opportunity or the financial advantages to attend different colleges. So we end up on going to community college, which I am very, very much in favor because it gives the opportunity to majority of people. But even within the opportunities that we are giving attending community college, I also see a big disadvantage because I don't know, but I'm sure you know that, well, attending a community college after your 2 years of graduation, once we want to attend or to transfer the credits from one college to the other, some credits are dropped. So I don't know what the reason is, and I don't know if you are aware as to how we could prevent this, because at the end you end up on taking or having to retake a credit that you have already taken in a community college. So I think I see a financial burden there as long as the other college doesn't accept the credits that I am referring to, then I think it's a big disadvantage, and I don't know how we could prevent this. I don't know if you have the answer to this. Also, I think that technical schools are the way to go for many of us. Somehow I feel, like I said, that not everyone had the same opportunity to attend a college. So for these reasons, I continue and will continue to support internships or different trades so that we get equal opportunities, especially to the kids. And I think we need to start reaching out more. And I think I mentioned this to another candidate and who have come before us for this position. I think we should be reaching out to from an earlier start. I will go even probably to the highest schools so that we could attract more kids, because sometimes I feel like we don't want to go to college because we don't have the opportunities. Money is the number one reason as to why many of our kids do not attend, and many of them are also not aware of so many opportunities that we have out there, such like you could apply for scholarships. So, or the trade that I am referring to. So I think we need to start growing the kids from an early age. So I'm sorry, I know I spoke too much, and I don't know if you were able to grab the question that I was referring to and my concerns.
Thank you, Representative Figueroa. I couldn't agree with you more about the community college and the transfers. And I too also had to start at community college and to take some of my classes because of the payment. And I think that your thoughts on that are beautiful thoughts, and it's just about alignment. And I'm new to the board right now, and I really don't know exactly how everything is on the board, but that is my plan to learn more information about how that alignment works, so that we're flowing and we're not just stagnant. And I understand.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Representative. And let's see, I think, any other hands up? Seeing none. Yeah, thank you. And I would agree. And to Senator Martin's point about, and your point as coming up the elevator, there are great opportunities. We have what's called P-Tech School in Norwalk, which provides kids with either with a high school education and an associate's within 4 to 6 years. Many kids who are high school graduates graduate with an associate's when they graduate high school. So it's pretty awesome experience. And that's really thanks to the partnership with Norwalk Community College. It would not happen without Norwalk Community College and a partnership with IBM. So and there's lots of other opportunities, not just with IBM, but with many other companies as well. So hopefully, and we have some legislation on that this year, but hopefully those kinds of things and those opportunities will continue as well. And I will just share that I had to take a couple college courses at Norwalk Community College after I did an internship in Washington, D.C. And I always say happily that those are some of the toughest courses I ever took. Or at community college. Those professors were no joke, because it was summertime. You thought it'd be scale back a little bit, or
No, they
nope.
don't scale.
No way. So it was very difficult. But anyway, thank you for your testimony. Congratulations on your nomination. And we'll just ask the last question. Anything in your past that might prove to be embarrassing to you, this committee, or the state of Connecticut?
No.
Thank you so
All
much.
right. Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff Ocker of Coventry to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System Board. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear, promise, promise, or to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I think I just messed that up, but thank you.
Okay, no problem. No problem. So good morning, everyone. Chairman Duff, Chairman Concepcion, Vice Chairman Looney, Vice Chairman Godfrey, Ranking Member Kelly, Ranking Member Yacarino, Senator Martin, and distinguished members of the Committee on the Executive and Legislative Nominations. I apologize if I'm a little scratchy tonight. I did spend a good chunk of the evening last night at Gamble. Congratulations to you, Coach
So
Hurley.
let's talk about that for a second.
Let's do it. Congratulations to the team, Coach Hurley, and all the alumni, like my wife, which you now understand why I was there. So I am proud to sit before you here today, nominated to continue my work on the board of Connecticut Technical Education and Career System, CTEX. My role advising Dr. Solik and her team is pretty straightforward. Technology skills are increasingly in demand and increasingly foundational to many other career paths, from manufacturing to healthcare. I'm here to help guide our CTEX schools and offerings to develop these desperately needed IT skills for the pool of proud graduates of the CT Technical High School system. Professionally, I've been leading established brands and companies into digital businesses, customer relationships, employee development for over 20 years, including about 10 years here at the Hartford. I currently oversee about 1,100 Connecticut IT workers for Infosys, And we have aggressive hiring plans and commitments extending to the state for years to come in this hiring area. Over my career, I've led the transition from traditional to digital operations for companies ranging from startups to the big four accounting firms, and now for Emphasis here in Connecticut, one of the largest IT services companies in the world. I have deep experience in the Connecticut education, training, and workforce ecosystem. I currently serve as the chair of Ready CT, a business-driven not-for-profit established by an earlier governor's administration to eliminate the gaps in access and opportunity for our inner city and opportunity youth. I also currently sit on the Governor's Workforce Council, recently assigned as co-chair of the Employment or the Education and Career Development Subcommittee. What else here? And sit on the board of Advanced CT, active in my support on the ground at Bulkley as they're setting up their IT career pathways, and more locally here with the Capital Area Tech Partnership, where we're looking at the technologies and the skills necessary to drive the companies in the capital region around their technology leads. Reaching back, I've been a teacher and a counselor from the inner cities to the Ivy League. I have lived in Connecticut over 20 years now. I've raised 5 of my own kids through a variety of educational and career readiness paths available here in CT. I have 2 kids at UConn and 1 entering Central next year. IT workforce development and a robust technical education system are critical to success in my professional role at Emphasis, but all these issues are personal passions of mine that hopefully my experience and my successes to date validate. So today I seek your confirmation of my nomination so I can put my experience, dedication, improvement, and judgment to work in service Connecticut workers, educators, and businesses, developing the digital skills and businesses of the future. I would like to thank all the committee members for the time and the courtesy you've extended to me today, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for agreeing to serve. You know, I think this is some of the best parts of the job in this committee is that, and I want to share this with the others who were here this morning, is that, you know, we take time hearing from commissioners who are very important, but to make the machinations of government work, we need people stepping up to the plate who are our citizens across Connecticut. And so we appreciate all of those who take time out of their schedules, their businesses, their families, their education, whatever they're doing. And it means a lot to all of us, I know, that they have agreed to serve in some capacity, helping to improve our state. And so I want to say that to you as well, again, as well as to the other nominees today. You know, we've had a number of different folks who come before us on the technical board, and there seems to be so much potential. So much of it is unused. I will say that in over the years, I think sometimes we've heard grandiose promises, not always delivered. Some reason I feel a little different this time. Hopefully it means that things are going to move as well as they should. Talk a little bit about, I guess, you know, you have your business and you've grown it. You're going to be a good advisor, as you said, to Dr. Solik. And what do you see are some of the biggest challenges, I guess, at this right now for the board and for technical schools in general?
This is complicated. This is hard. It's worth it. Don't get me wrong, but you've got the largest school system in the state, serving a wide range of people across the state. You have some great successes, you know, in the technology standpoint. You talk about the P-Tech program down in Norwalk. Okay, so why isn't there a P-Tech program everywhere else, for instance, or at least in the regions where that's in demand? So I think the biggest challenge is at the moment that I see at the highest level, and I can get into some specifics, is really understanding what's worked and why, and in what parts of the state, and how do you start to templatize and replicate the outreach and the engagement that you're having, linking up the students through the workforce of the future with companies like mine, frankly, that are looking for next generation skills. but you're always going to have a base set of, skills that are necessary to run a state and run a community. And CTEX does a wonderful job supplying those. And I think technology and data are, if they're not there already, they're already in that base set of skills, frankly, that are necessary to, to run a government.
Yeah,
community.
I appreciate that. I agree. And when you're kind of in the zone, you start hearing more and more questions about the tech schools and really trying to get more students focused on that. And the partnerships, as you talked about with the PTEX. We have a bill on that this year.
Yeah, great.
And so we're looking to address that because it is an important component of our state succeeding. We need students to take on tech skills for a number of reasons. So I'll leave it there and see if my co-chair is not here right now, but Representative Yakarino, ranking member, if he has any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You really asked the question I wanted to ask, and I appreciate Jeff for stepping up. It's such an important sector of our economy and education for young people and really all people. So you bring a lot of qualifications, Jeff, but yeah, have you been in any meetings?
Yes, I've been on the committee now for 2 years. 2 years, double checking with the boss. Yeah.
Oh, you're this renomination. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
So what in the last 2 years have you obviously you've seen improvement as far as either students or the education system itself, or even teachers for that matter, the tech teachers?
So the board is kind of an interesting level because you see certain things that are at the ground level in running the schools that emerge as being very significant. So there's things that we advise Dr. Solik and her team on just in the ongoing day to day. But I think what I have seen evolve, and I'm very open to this over the last couple of years, is an increasing focus on workforce, an increasing focus on pulling in the businesses that the governor and lieutenant governor and others have brought to bear to Senator Duff's point. We need some of the citizens and the business to step up to make this work. Those areas are being considered far more. They are, I think that the future and what's next is far more the focus of the discussion now than it was even, say, a year or two ago. I think we've, obviously COVID had its challenges and that had to be taken care of. But there is a strong feeling across the board, no pun intended, about, really looking at the programs and what's next, not just what we've done. Obviously, there's some great things to keep, but really what needs to be, invested in and built up for the skills of the future.
I appreciate that. And to echo Senator Duff's words, for the first time, we've discussed this for many years, but for the first time, I do feel more confident that we're on the right track and we're going to adopt many of these policies and views that we all aspire to have, but we don't really go to the next mile or next step. So I do have more confidence. So I think there's been more emphasis, and it's not even it's the emphasis, but it's also the need. So I appreciate you stepping up. Continue to work hard. We appreciate you volunteering, but we need people like you. And
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. Thank you, Senator Duff.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Go by many names, just not late for dinner. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations on your nomination. And
Thank you, Senator.
did I hear correctly? You've been on the board and this is your renomination?
Correct.
Good. Okay, so you'll find Dr. Solik. I'm sure you already know that she's great to work with. And,
Yeah, she is, and Rocky as well.
regarding the, I'm glad to see that you're on the council, the workforce council. Good to know. And I know that I've heard, we all know that almost every sector, every business sector is in need of workforce. And I don't know if we're ever going to catch the horse, so to speak. 100,000 jobs that are available currently today. I'm sure we're going to be hearing that across the street with CBIA and their get together today. But there's maybe 57,000 people unemployed. So it's pretty simple math. There's going to be plenty of jobs out there. And I guess the point that I want to bring to your attention is I've learned, and I may have learned it from when I visited and spoke with Dr. Solik and her team. I spent the summer with Senator Ciccarella regarding workforce development and 30 different stakeholders, from educators to business leaders to labor, and realized, gee, there are pockets all over the state of Connecticut regarding career pathways that are being developed. And what we heard about a decade ago regarding the graying workforce, they're soon to be retiring, and the gap that existed behind them. And to my delight, I am seeing these pockets developing because of manufacturers and the trades been banging the drum, so to speak, for a decade, saying, hey, you need to teach a little bit differently. And I think what we're seeing in the state of Connecticut is these career paths that are emerging. So two workforce that are, I think, are not tapped into, potential workforce individuals that we can look at are those that are 30% is the number that I remember hearing, that are graduating high school and not entering the military or not going into higher ed. And finding a way to tap into those individuals. And also, and I don't know if it's part of the 30%, but there are people that are not graduating high school as well. So they're floundering out there. So could you maybe speak to that as to what can we do to identify those individuals? And the second group of people that are out there waiting are those that are on state benefits or federal benefits and are really apprehensive of joining the workforce because of a fear of losing these benefits, and knowing that if I go for that job, knowing that I really would like to be in the workforce, but I got maybe a $20,000 health bill, care cost, right? Or it is SNAP, some food type of program. Can you speak to both of those and maybe ideas that you? Sorry for the loaded question.
No, there's a lot there. There's a lot there. So just to be clear on the first part of the question, when you talk about identifying students, are you identifying the students that they're kind of capped? They're not.
Yeah, there's 30% of our students that are graduating and not going to higher ed, not going into the military. Some are going into the workforce, some are floundering. And so how can we get to them and identify them? And we're developing programs for the adults. The tech schools are part of that, right? Bristol, we have an adult program along with the students. So, and I know that there are, like, Bristol Works is just opened its doors up yesterday, and it's meant for adults, specifically those that have graduated and those who are maybe would like to know that, gee, I'd like to work with kids, or I'd like to go into manufacturing, but haven't done that, but they're out of college, they're out of high school now. So how do we tap into these individuals at a younger age, I guess?
So let me back into that and hold me to that younger age piece of the question if I don't get that. But I think by diversifying the pathways through a school, by diversifying the goals at the end, in terms of the jobs that are going to be available, the skills that are going to be available, the portability of those skills, that's on us. And I think if you look at the overall picture of how we're approaching workforce right now, there's a strong effort to organize business, right? In terms of, if you have a bunch of training facilities, you have a bunch of schools, And they're saying, hey, we have people here that we think if they could get their hands on a robot, if they could bury themselves in some data, if they could work in virtual reality or maybe that gaming route, we could really engage them and keep them, in worst case, out of trouble. Best case, we start to, the comments earlier, people live their highest expression. I think the next step, and this is something we started working on, is really creating a marketplace of the supply and the demand in the state. If the supply becomes more clearly aligned in its training to what businesses are hiring, right? If you just look at what I do, by definition, the jobs we hire for are the tech jobs that our clients can't get enough of. They're just saying, give us more. So how do we train them up? Where's I going with that? So I think that the combination of okay, so just let me finish the marketplace piece and then get in there. Again, it's a good question. But if we could work with the businesses so they make it clear, we get some of the HR stuff out of our way, we get some of our job recs right-sized in terms of the experience and the education we want, what we really need for that particular job. Plenty of entry-level ways into IT through networks and databases and whatnot. If we can get those lined up and say, all right, if the state can produce these types of skills, we will hire them, right? Now, there's a whole set of problems on the other side, which is how do you get those folks that we're targeting aware of, access to, this type of training, which has kind of been certified over here. So there's work that needs to be done from everything from transportation to childcare, into, let alone the curricula, right? We assume we solve for that. Now, the piece that's most interesting to me right now is employment managers. How do I find those people, right? So we create a PTech program down in Norwalk. I look at those folks, they're trained by IBM, they get the cloud, they get some key skills. I want to hire them. Is there another PTech program that I should be looking at or equivalent for anybody in any other industry? Are there, how do you find those? So, and it's more than just an index. I think there's some good work being done on the Workforce Council and some of the folks to kind of bring those together. So I guess the long answer to get there, because this isn't a simple question, is you got to get the skills right? If you're looking at workforce development, and you have to keep the businesses engaged to make sure that they're, updating things as they go. We don't wind up with something that's 20 years old. But on the other side of that, I think it's really incumbent upon the state to create that excitement. And by state, I mean all of us with a small, to, shame on us if folks in the inner cities don't understand or don't know about, these programs that are available or how they can, navigate their way in. So, create the shining objects, certify those as path to jobs, show pathways that start earlier. The research we've shown is, 5th to 8th grade is kind of that sweet spot to get people introduced to IT. Not everybody's going to like it, but there's going to be some that like that and like the hands-on nature and producing things, maybe working in teams that may not have liked the other options that were there before them. And so I think we can solve a big chunk of that solves for a bunch of pieces. So that's did I
thank
get
you.
everything there?
And just to follow up with just a little bit here, the updating, you spoke about
Yeah.
the businesses updating.
Yep.
And as well as the educators and the education system keeping updated too,
Yeah.
because things are changing so fast,
Yeah.
right? So I think that's important as well. And I agree. I think it is our job as a state to create that excitement and making sure that people are aware of it, or students are aware of it. So
Yeah,
a lot to be done.
Yeah,
Lot to be
and
done.
just one point on the education system, they've been wonderful. When we say things feel different, the educators and the business folks are, I think, talking much more productively than they have been in the past. And thank the administration for setting up the capabilities to do that. And so we're getting there. And there's some best practices from other states that are being looked at in terms of how you set up these KSAs. Stanley Black & Decker and others are taking the lead there. I feel hopeful here.
I am counting on CTEC to lead the way.
All
So
right, there
thank
you
you.
go. Do our best.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. All right. Last question. Is there anything in your past that might prove to be embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
Sir.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day. Next is James Gilday of Derby to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System Board.
Good morning, Committee Chair Senator Duff, Senator and Representative Concepcion. And if I may just break tradition here for a second and see that one of my absolute favorite state senators from the next town over, Senator Hartley, may or may not be on. I would certainly love to say hi to her as well.
She is on.
Hi, Senator Hartley.
Let
I
me
do want to.
let me swear you in first.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Good morning. So just please raise your right hand.
It's raised. It's raised.
Okay, there we go. Now I can see you. Do you swear affirm, promise, tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth?
I do, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And please feel free to give an opening statement.
Okay, so I won't say my greeting over again, but
That was truthful.
but I do want to say I submitted testimony, and I do just want to point out that I do have a long history of community service. I'm chairman of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. I'm secretary of the Manufacturer Connecticut Board of Directors. I am chairman of my Board of Education, going on my 18th year. Vice chair of my Derby Historical Society, amongst other things that I do. So I certainly have a great love of community, great love of the state, and just love trying to make our town and our state better than what it was. I do feel I'm a good fit for the CTEX board. I am a 1985 Emmett O'Brien graduate myself. I have, so from a graduate perspective, I have a student, my son Matthew, graduated from Emmett O'Brien last year as well. I also believe that as director of manufacturing from the #1 tea company in America, Bigelow Tea. I think that gives me a unique perspective. And then my 18 years as chairman of the Derby Board of Education, I think if you combine those 4 elements of my background, I think that I am a good fit for the CTEX board and feel like I can make positive contributions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I remember you coming in front of this committee for the Commuter Rail Council, I believe it was, just a couple years ago.
Yes, sir. That would be accurate. Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
We were all virtual at that time.
Yes,
but-
we were. And I apologize. I have a little bit of a cold. I'm like 80%. Not, you can probably hear a little bit in my voice. So that's the only reason I'm remote. I certainly respect the institution and would have been there.
No, we're good. You get extra bonus points for staying home if you're not feeling well. So we appreciate it.
Thank you.
So thank you. I guess we talked a couple of years ago about your passion for commuters and you're certainly very involved and just to my earlier point of we appreciate people stepping up to the plate to serve our state in a number of different capacities, and it makes our state a better place. With your kind of your background with manufacturer CT and the Rail Council and the Bridgeport Regional Business Council, my memory serves correct on some of the things you're involved in. I think this will be a good fit for you. Talk a little, if you can kind of just expand a little bit on kind of the present makeup of the board and how you kind of see yourself fitting into that. Because we're all very optimistic at this moment, and we want to stay that way.
What I like about I think what I like about the board is I see, and again, unlike Mr. Walker, who's a returning nominee, I am on my first term, so I certainly try to kind of be an observer and kind of find your niche. I think it's an interesting board made up of business community members as well as state officials. I know that there's folks from the Department of Labor, there's folks from the Department of Education, Office Workforce Development, Chief Manufacturing Officer. I will tell you, it's probably this is probably not going to make many points, but it's probably official heavy, state of Connecticut official heavy. So I will tell you that makeup of the board, it kind of tends to be more bureaucratic than business. But I am heartened by the fact that there certainly are folks from the business and outside the bureaucracy level. So that's my thoughts, Senator Duff, on that.
Great, thank you. And who are you nominated by?
I was nominated by the governor's office.
Excellent. Okay, great. We appreciate that. Thank you. And all we ask is people to do a good job and be involved, and we know you're involved. And I certainly, we don't know each other, but I feel confident that you will work hard and diligently in this role. And if we can just take all the last questions and comments and put them to you, we would expect basically the same, since we had two nominees of the same board today. But I'll pass this off to Ranking Member Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great to see you, Jim.
Hi, Representative.
I know Jim from Materials and Manufacturing at Eli Whitney and Southern. And I'd asked this a couple weeks ago to somebody. Many people don't know enough about what you do, what they do at Southern and Eli Whitney. Want to get that?
Silenced. I apologize. I'm so sorry.
No, to have more communication between all the tech schools, even high school, traditional high schools, to try to get more kids involved. And I would hope you could bring that. You have great enthusiasm, you have great knowledge, and you have great connections. To be honest with you, we all need to work together, but bring people together. And we are optimistic, but we need to go that next mile, I think. And I think hopefully you could bring some of that connection.
Thank you. I think Representative Yacarino, I think that is such a great point, and I think that's that is, and certainly appreciate your participation. You go there year after year after year, and you're just a tireless supporter of that program. But that Material Manufacturing Summer Institute is really just an amazing opportunity where we bring legislators together with business, together with educators, and we break down all those silos and get people together. And I think if we're going to really be successful in workforce development, and I think we're really going to be serious about breaking down walls, I think that's what you have to do. You just have to get people together, and you have to get them to talk. And you're right, that's a great example, sir, and you're a huge supporter of that. Thank you.
Well, I believe you're going to take it to the next level, because now you have a bigger platform.
Thank you, sir.
But I think you'll do well, and I congratulate the governor for picking you. And hopefully I'll see you this summer.
Yes, you will.
I will.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
And congratulations.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Representative Yacarino.
That was the governor calling because maybe didn't answer a question right or something. I don't know. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Jim, on your nomination. So I see that you served on the Derby Board of Education from 1992 to 2006. And then I guess you've served in 2013 to the present. You must be glutton for punishment.
Well, I'll be honest, after the representative, so in 2006, we had our 7th child, and my wife wanted me to stay home a little bit more, crazy of her. But after Josh got a little older, I jumped back in. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Jim, God bless you. I have 4 children, and I quit after that when I wanted 5. I said, no, I have no more time. God bless you with 7.
Thank you, Representative Martin.
So Jim, Derby, I'm just curious. I'm not sure if you heard the testimony prior to you, but career pathways were part of the discussion. Can you, and I'm just curious, Derby, what is the Board of Ed doing there to change or their paradigm shift that seems to be taking place throughout the state of Connecticut regarding not necessarily having a curriculum that's solely for encouraging our student to go and get a college degree, whether it's an associate's or bachelor's degree. You know, we sort of put a stigma regarding the trades and going into manufacturing, because we've done this conversation has taken place for 40 years, so to speak, at the kitchen table. You know, to be successful, you need to go to college, and that was sort of the what we're being told in our education system as well. What I see taking place is a paradigm shift towards developing career paths and connecting our students with future jobs or work skill jobs that our maybe local businesses require. Could you tell me a little bit about what you guys are doing in Derby?
Yes, sir. And I think you really make a great point. For so long, the concentration was on college graduation, college graduation, college graduation. And so we pushed that to the point where I do think we did a disservice to those students who just are not going to go to college. And you know, that's okay. My son Matthew went to Emmett O'Brien, and my son Josh is going to the advanced manufacturing at Derby High School. So that's what I will tell you that we did. It is a paradigm shift. It is absolutely looking at the whole student, looking at the whole clientele in your whole population. So in Derby, we are fortunate that we have just an outstanding advanced manufacturing center, thanks to so many great supporters like Senator Hartley, who really got the money necessary to help us roll out this program. So now a person like my son Josh, who is not going to go to college, will in fact and is enrolled in the Advanced Manufacturing Center. And I want to tell you one success story for somebody who works for us here at Bigelow Tea. Her name is Skylar Curcio. Skylar Curcio graduated from the Advanced Manufacturing Center in Derby. She is a bright, articulate, outstanding student who went to the Advanced Manufacturing Center here and then to the Advanced Manufacturing Center in Housatonic Community College. I brought her with me to the last convocation at Derby High School. And I will tell you that Skylar graduated from Housatonic Community College with zero college debt. And she actually started out with us, probably in her first year, made about $55,000 a year, almost $60,000 a year with overtime, which is more than every starting teacher made at Derby High School that year. So, I mean, you are right, Senator Martin. It's a paradigm shift. It's recognizing that success isn't defined if you go to college. Success is defined about being a good person first and foremost, and then certainly setting yourself up for success the rest of your life. So, yes, sir. Great point.
Absolutely, Jim. Good for you guys. Are you guys looking into expanding the program to other business sectors such as medical, financial, culinary, I'll say, just again, for my knowledge.
We are definitely trying to bolster our business area. I do think what's nice about us, and here's another thing that you really have to do, and this is hard if you're public school system, right? So you have eighth graders who are going to come to your school system, and it is natural inclination to want your students, your eighth grade students in Derby Middle School to come to Derby High School. But there's Emmett O'Brien, which is about 1.4 miles away from Derby High School. And sometimes there's going to be programs at Emmett O'Brien that are better for an eighth grade student than going to Derby High School. To your point, if you want culinary, to your point, if you want to do electrical, and it's being confident enough to say, hey, that's okay. And it's building that relationship there. So I think, I think Jeff talked about it before me. We have to get to these students quicker than eighth grade, right? And so that's one thing we've also tried to do through the years.
Yeah, you mentioned another school, and it sort of segues into my next question and my last one as well. I sit on the Finance, Revenue and Bonding Committee, and you guys, there are projects that are submitted, and there's a annual submittal for 3-year capital improvement plan. And one of the schools is from Bridgeport, and I see that you've got some experience in the Bridgeport community. And it's the Boulard Havens Technical High School. Can you tell us whether this project has made any progress? I know it's been reauthorized a couple of times. Maybe you could speak to that.
I will probably have to acknowledge that it may be too new on my tenure to understand that. I will say, though, at my last CTEX board meeting, I found it interesting. So here we are in 2023, and there's money, and it just struck me, just as an outsider, because again, I'm new. And it struck me that there's money from like 2014 to 2015 that hasn't been spent. Now they assure me, when I raised the question, they assure me that there was a reason for the lag, and and that they're back on track. So to your specific question, I can't answer, but I will definitely follow up on that in my next board meeting, sir. The status of the project at Bullard Havens.
Perfect. Shake the tree. Thank you.
Sir. My pleasure.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations, Mr. Gilday, on your nomination. You know, you've said everything that is music to my ears, that, and I've been saying this in the 3 years I've been up there, that we're just not doing enough in our public high schools to assist those kids who aren't going to be going on to college. And I am so in full support of our technical school system as a very viable option. And, you know, I hope that our boards of education and middle schools will do more to point the kids who would benefit from a technical program, whether it be in a separate school or in an expanded program in a traditional high school, so that they're taken care of. So everything you've said has been music to my ears, and I appreciate that and your enthusiasm, and wish you well on this board.
Thank you very much, Representative Quinn. I appreciate the support and the kind words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions for members of the committee? Seeing none, we'll ask our last questions. Is there anything in your past that might prove to be embarrassing to you, this committee, or the state of Connecticut?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you. Next, we have Karen Wasina. Hopefully, I'm not sure that's right. Birch of Farmington to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System Board. Good morning.
Very good pronunciation.
Thank you. Practice.
Polish, to say the least.
Thank you. Good morning again. Please raise your right hand. And you swear, promise, or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you so much. Please begin.
Thank you, Chairman Duff and Concepcion, Vice Chairman Looney and Godfrey, ranking members Yacarino and Kelly, and distinguished members of the Executive Nominations Committee. My name is Dr. Karen Rosina Birch, and I'm honored to be nominated to serve on the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System Board. I'm a passionate educator, beginning my career as a professor of chemical engineering technology at Hartford State Tech. Subsequently, have served in a variety of administrative roles, including the state director of the College of Technology, which was actually legislatively created to form a seamless pathway in technology and engineering between Connecticut's 12 public community colleges and currently now 10 universities. I've also successfully obtained over 27 million in federal grants to support technician education and advanced manufacturing. And currently I'm the principal investigator and executive director of a $7.5 million National Center for Next Generation Manufacturing, which, by the way, is the only center funded by the National Science Foundation for Advanced Manufacturing in the United States. Throughout my career, I've been, and I continue to be, an advocate for technical education and the need to provide access to a diverse population of students to careers that change lives generationally, and many are offered by the CTECs. I am grateful for the opportunity to appear before you today and provide testimony to support my nomination to the CTECs board. As a STEM educator, which stands for science, technology, engineering, and math, in case you didn't know that, I've experienced the need to ensure that the subject matter taught in our classrooms and labs is current and addresses workforce needs. One thing I did want to mention, certainly as the director of our COT and its career pathway, listening to testimony today, I think it's important to recognize that we are now looking at not just degrees, but micro credentials, way that we can have stackable credentials. So when students may not necessarily want to go into higher ed per se, that they have opportunities to get that experience, go into the workforce, have their jobs, industry pay for additional training and education, yet everything is stackable. They don't want to lose that career opportunity. I've worked with the technical high schools for years and convened working groups of teachers, administrators, professors, counselors, and industry representatives to ensure that we're really graduating students with 21st century skill sets and allow them to continue their education, but also get well-paying careers. I'm a big advocate that we're talking about careers, not just jobs, because I think there is a major difference. I provided leadership for partnerships in advanced manufacturing in particular, and have leveraged resources and expertise, including the community colleges, advanced manufacturing centers, the CTECs manufacturing programs, a variety of federal funded, state, regional, and national initiatives and industry. These partnerships synergistically have helped create a competitive 21st century workforce that includes Industry 4.0 technologies. And I don't know if everyone's aware of that, but actually we've moved on to Industry 5.0. But with that being said, this is what we're looking at, the impact of automation, robotics, cybersecurity, virtual reality, and certainly artificial intelligence. Since 2020, I have been on the CTEX board, so this would be a renomination for me. And I've been able to observe firsthand the critical role that the CTEX high schools play in educating students in career clusters, many identified by the governor, including manufacturing, information technology, transportation, distribution, logistics, science, technology, engineering, and math. Students learn the theoretical knowledge and hands-on skills needed for immediate entry into the workforce, but they're also prepared to continue their education. As a CTEX board member, it's been rewarding to be able to provide input from an educator's perspective, again, grounded in community college experience in particular, and also to be able to leverage my experience regionally and nationally that I have garnered from working with the National Science Foundation and our advanced manufacturing centers. I'm most passionate about a diverse workforce, without question. I was, when I was hired at Hartford State Tech, I was one of the first female faculty members in what was probably a 99.9% male environment. And I always joke about the fact that I had my own ladies' room with 5 stalls. I thought that was great, only to realize that there was a lot of challenges that came along with that. Anyway, I look at ways that we can ensure that we're creating that diverse workforce. We're creating those opportunities. So this looks really identifies and includes providing outreach and support activities, wraparound initiatives and services, and again, addressing students and graduates, not just when they start their careers, but make sure that we provide the support they need to persist in these careers. In addition, I think it's necessary to market the CTEX high schools to parents, to counselors, to teachers, as well as industry and other stakeholders. And I know that's a mission of the CTEX board, and it's been one that we've actually discussed at many of our previous meetings. I've received a number of awards, just, again, indicating or certainly supporting my passion, including the Connecticut Woman of Innovation. And again, I think of anything, one of the things that drives me is certainly trying to make sure we're getting that diverse workforce. The CTEX continue and contribute significantly to Connecticut's need for a highly skilled workforce. If approved, it will be an honor for me to continue to serve on the CTEX advisory board. In summary, I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I welcome any questions you might have at this time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments. And I want to congratulate you both on your renomination and the work that you've been doing. We've been struggling just as hard as everybody else in the country, it seems, all the states and even the national government, on trying to reset the attitude of students who are coming, especially in their teenage years, to start considering non-college or technical courses of study that will actually not only prepare them, it's good for them, but obviously prepares our state to re-enter manufacturing at a level we have not seen in decades, almost a century, certainly since the end of World War II. Where do you think the next emphasis for these efforts, both legislatively and in your agency, should go? What advice would you give us on helping to make these ideas, these career paths stronger?
Okay, I think certainly an awareness that they exist, is important, because I can't tell you, I talk about next generation manufacturing, often in different social venues. And there's still that perception that it's, the dirty, gringy, old manufacturing that maybe, Uncle Bill did, 20, 30 years ago. And it's not, it's so high tech. It's amazing. You could eat off the floors of many of these companies. I know that a couple of weeks ago, had Christine Benz testifying from Trump. If you've never been over to Trump, it's just an amazing facility. And they're in the process, as you know, of adding a several $1 million addition. So, again, the workforce need is huge. So I think it's important that, whether we have opportunities for, again, the internships, I think are important, because you can, even myself, I can go and talk to a group of students, but they look at you and go, yeah, right. I probably look like their mother, maybe their grandmother these days. I don't know. So you really need to, I think, change that perception. And one of the best things you can do is getting them into the environment, getting them into industry, whether it's, whether it's an internship, whether it's, and I know October is manufacturing month. A lot of industries open their doors. Is there ways to ensure that these students actually can go visit a company and see what's going on firsthand? And sometimes the challenge there, and I know the pandemic kind of flipped things around, but just getting them there, whether it's providing that transportation, providing student or substitute teachers so that they can actually leave and really participate. I think parents are huge. Because I think, again, we do a lot of Saturday programs with our grant funding. And again, I think that's great. We get them on community college campuses. It's a focus of the grant that we have to have a strong presence of two-year institutions. And they come 4 to 6 Saturdays. We do a whole bunch of real hands-on types of experiments. We also do critical skills that include a critical thinking, the professional skills, soft skills, things like that. And, so they get to see that, hey, I'm at a community college campus and I didn't think maybe I could do this, but this is kind of fun. And they feel comfortable. Then they go home and they talk to their parents and they'll come back and say, my mom said, no, you're not doing that. Maybe you're not going to community college, because there's still a little stigma there. And then also manufacturing, what are you, crazy? That doesn't make sense. So we're really trying to somehow get this parents on campus as well. We actually were doing some ice cream socials, because if you do something I've learned, maybe it's my Polish heritage, but food goes a long way, so if you can bring over, maybe we should be doing pierogies, I don't know, but it actually made a difference for the students to come with their parents and to actually see the environments on a community college campus, for example, that really are high tech. If you've never seen our manufacturing centers, they're amazing. They're impressive. They're state of the art. And we've had some parents actually say, I should be doing this. Never mind my kids, this is a great career opportunity for me as well. I think the other challenges is just really, and I'll talk about the CTEX too. They do an amazing job. Platt Tech has a state of the art manufacturing program. And they're just this past year, they've decided now to simulate a manufacturing floor. So they're teaching the manufacturing classes as if they were actually in a company. So it's really kind of nice because it's giving them really an environment of, like, what would I do if I pursued manufacturing? What would it be like in the real world? So I think that's an important piece too. I think the thing that frustrates me the most is the stigma, that we still have to face both for CTEX and also, I'm going to say, community colleges, because I think there's still that perception that, my kids got to go to, a 4-year university. And the truth of the matter is they may not actually make it in the 4-year college, and that might not be the best fit. So
I'm so glad you put your finger on the persuading parents to kind of let their kids follow their own path that they map out and do fun. I'm from Danbury, which hasn't manufactured a hat in decades either, but we're still known as the Hat City. And I have ancestors who worked on the floors making hats back in between the world wars, actually,
Wow.
my grandfather.
Stetson.
Yeah. And it's the home of, I've got a branch of Naugatuck Valley Community College. I've got Western Connecticut State University. I also have Henry Abbott Technical School,
Right.
which was so named because the acronym is HATS.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And they were originally founded in order to provide the education for people who are going to be working on the machines in the hat factories. Happily, all of those three institutions have certainly moved well into the 21st century to provide the skill training, the knowledge to actually enter into jobs locally in the region. That makes me very happy. And I often, especially when I get invited to Henry Abbott every year to talk to their electrical about to be graduates. And I point out to them, it's good to have skills that can't be moved overseas.
Exactly.
And we've lost to a degree that with manufacturing, but it's coming back. And the only way we can really promote manufacturing back in Connecticut and the clean manufacturing that's happening now, including in the whole green economy, is vitally important. I thank you for your knowledge and your efforts and your enthusiasm. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Martin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Enthusiasm. Yes, I can hear it in your
Thanks.
voice. And it's great to hear. It really is. You mentioned early about support systems. Could you speak to that a little bit more about what do we need to do, or there's some, it sounds like there's some in place. Are there some that are missing?
Okay, well, again, depending on the population, there probably are a lot of areas that, we could improve on. Again, who can't? And I did want to mention, because I'm super excited about this, and that is the Office of Workforce Strategies has just launched a website, a portal, that's called Career Connect. I wanted to make sure I got the name right. But it's a one-stop place to go to just explore career opportunities. So, and it's just, people don't even know about this, but I think it's a great way for, a particular student, whether they're, still in high school, or whether it's somebody going back, into the workforce, they don't know what to do, to at least start an investigation into what's out there. What are some career opportunities? What might I do in terms of the interest I have, and what particular careers might fit those interests. And I think what's kind of exciting about that too is that they're engaging industry. So they're looking at ways to match students with particular employment opportunities. And again, I think it's great. Maybe you need that job. And once you get that job, the company can often pay for your education and they'll support you going back. So what are some support services? Certainly, when I look at community colleges, I think we have two major challenges. One is transportation, without question, in ways of providing opportunities, certainly for inner city students to get to our community colleges. I'll give you a quick example, like with manufacturing. Capital Community College is now starting a manufacturing certificate. I think it's 6 weeks or whatever. But then we'd like to have opportunities for those students to do internships. But how do they get there? And public transportation just doesn't cut it. Like if you wanted to even come from Hartford to Tunxus for a course, I think it takes you like a couple of hours, by the time you have to stop everywhere. And also ways looking at maybe that we can provide better transportation services, childcare. I know there's some good legislation that's on the table right now, but many of our students too, and this is the whole gamut, they have young children, and what do? You can actually go back to school often, or even, pursue some of these careers if childcare is a challenge. Mentoring, I'm a big believer in mentoring. So any way that we can connect mentors, there's actually a national initiative called Women in Manufacturing. And there's, I think, CCAT just started a Million Mentor initiative, so ways to get people that are in the workforce that you can connect them with students in high school, or maybe going back into the workforce with somebody who's already been there, done that, and maybe can actually commiserate with them. You know, we did a series of videos actually focused on veterans and women in manufacturing. And in each case, we tried to, they weren't staged. So we made sure we got somebody who's already had similar experiences, diversity, whatever the case might be. So somebody can watch a couple of videos and say, wow, that's me, that looks like me. And that is actually some of the same experiences or the reasons why I thought I couldn't do this. And now there's somebody just like me that's got this amazing career. So.
Okay. I'm sure you've heard the talk of the financial, lack of financial knowledge from a lot of these students that are going on to higher ed, I'll say, and coming out with a, large debt
Huge
and
debt,
not
yeah.
realizing, gee, I not only have to pay for my room or an apartment after they get a job, and then realize, gee, my college loan is now due. I've got a cell phone bill and other things, right? So what type of emphasis is being placed at the CTEC schools regarding financial literacy?
I'm not, maybe we could do more, in terms of an awareness of, just, what do you need to even survive? Because I think so often, and again, maybe even myself experienced this, where you graduate from high school and, you work part-time or full-time and you're making minimum wage and you think you're going to do well. And then you go, oh my God, I don't have enough money, to get cable and my cell phone and everything else, because it doesn't go very far, so I'm not so sure. Maybe that's something we could maybe emphasize even more. And what struck me about your comment too, is that, we have that pact. Students can go to community colleges tuition free. And that still seems to be one of the best kept secrets in Connecticut. I'm not kidding. Where people don't realize that that's an opportunity, that if you wanted to continue and maybe take a manufacturing certificate, it doesn't have to be an associate's degree. Those all qualify for that tuition reimbursement or abatement, I should say. So I think that that's an important piece. But I think, honestly, I think all high school students need a good course on, paying bills and checking and banking and all that, because I'm not so sure we put much emphasis on that in secondary education.
Yeah, I
Or
think there's a
certainly
bill.
not.
I think there's a bill, and I don't know the number, but I think there's one floating around. It's tied to a couple other things in the bill, but requiring like a quarter of a credit, I think.
Something, yeah.
Yeah.
That might have
In
been
my
like
opinion,
home
it's
ec
not-
or something, but I don't know. But
Yeah,
they no longer exist.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's probably a quarter of a credit. I don't know what you can, how much knowledge you gain from that, but nonetheless, it's a start. Just one last question regarding the CTEC program. I'm sure that there are some programs that are doing extremely well attended, and others that are not doing so well. And is there discussions on removing some as well as maybe adding new ones?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. In fact, that at our last board meeting, we looked at programs that were flourishing, and sometimes it's also location. Does it make sense? Maybe, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. You might want to focus on where are the programs doing the best, and also industry partners. So the location could be a piece, because I'm thinking of like Electric Boat, which, by the way, had an ad last night on the championship. I don't know if anybody saw that. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this, about, how they were actually looking for employees. So I was like, wow, that's Electric Boat is out there for sure, to say the least. But, the types of things the CTEC high schools are going to be focused on, I feel anyway, should be somewhat driven by the industry in their area. Because then I think the industry too can maybe put their, money where their mouth is too, in terms of providing those internships, those apprenticeships, and maybe in some cases too, even providing access to facilities that the CTEC high schools may not have, so but that's definitely an active conversation. I have to say the board's been great. That's why I was super excited to be nominated again, because I think they're doing a phenomenal job. And I think in one of the earlier testimonies today, there was a question asked about, meeting the students or the teachers. Every board meeting is kicked off with a presentation from one of the CTEC high schools. And what I love about it is they bring the students in, so they talk about what they're doing and how excited they are. As far as I know, they don't pay them to say all these great things, but it's just it's just so nice to see, and it gives you that hope in the future, and the fact that we have this generation coming up that is so talented and has so much to offer.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And thank you. I've heard your testimony, so I won't belabor it and ask further questions, but congratulations on the nomination again. And we do love your energy and enthusiasm.
Yeah,
And
thank
next
you.
time, please do bring pierogies. It's
Okay, sounds good.
It's 12. I'm getting hungry.
Okay.
But thank you. We appreciate it. And we'll ask the one last question. Is there anything in your past that might prove to be embarrassing to you, the committee, the governor of the state of Connecticut?
I know.
Okay, thank you so much.
And thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next is Patricia Keavney Maruka of Prospect to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System Board. Good morning,
Good morning.
or good afternoon, actually, no.
Yeah,
Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to swear affirm and tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks, and please give an opening statement if you like.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, distinguished members of the Connecticut Legislature. My name is Patricia Keavney Maruka, and I have been part of CTEX since 1978, when I began teaching special education at Caner Tech in Waterbury. That year, the state hired 34 special ed teachers and put 2 in each of the 17 schools to offer special ed intervention for the first time to technical high school students. My tenure with the system, which has lasted 45 years, is because I strongly feel Connecticut's technical high school system is second to none. It is indeed the best thing since sliced bread. We accept students from every zip code in Connecticut, from every economic level, from every level of academic, social, and emotional ability. Our outstanding teachers work to ensure that each of these students graduates with the academic and technical skills necessary to succeed in life, to be a contributing member of society, and to participate fully in higher education and/or enter Connecticut's workforce capable of advancement and success. During my tenure at CTEX, I was a special education teacher, a department head, and an administrator. The welfare of our teachers was always a priority for me, so I was also greatly involved with the teachers union, the SVFT. I served as a building representative, member of various committees, treasurer, and then finally vice president. After my retirement, Governor Malloy asked me to serve on the Connecticut State Board of Education, and I eagerly agreed. My committee assignment was the tech school board, and thus began my second relationship with CTEX and with its leadership. I've remained on that board through its different configurations since 2011 and currently serve as chair. I welcome the opportunity to remain on the CTEX board, and I'm honored to be nominated to stay on. We are finalizing our separation from the State Department of Education and venturing into our new status as an independent state agency with an executive director and a superintendent. We have a number of initiatives underway and a new executive director, so it's a time of great enthusiasm. I'm eager to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Congratulations again on your nomination. So how long did you serve on the State Board of Education, did you say?
This is my 12th year. No, on the State Board of Ed, 1 term.
1 term, okay,
2011 to 2015.
right.
But during that time, I was appointed to the Technical High School Governing Board.
Gotcha.
And I've been on that ever since. So since 2011, I've been on the CTEX board.
Oh, excellent. And what are some of the changes you've seen based on kind of how needs have shifted over that amount of time? 'Cause we've had a lot of new people today.
yeah,
And
yeah.
from your standpoint, how have things
So the
changed?
board is much more committed. There was a gap of time where it was very poorly attended. And, sadly, we weren't able to accomplish a great deal. But right now, You know, it's very well attended by, and the people are very enthusiastic. Every industry in Connecticut is well represented, as is higher ed. And of course, the, you know, the Department of Labor and Economic Development. During my tenure, the schools have been remodeled. They are, I don't know if you have one in your district, like the Henry Abbott, for example, Caner Tech, Platt, all beautiful new buildings, which have created a desire among the students in our district to attend. Every single school, with the exception of the one in Milford, in Middletown, has a wait list. So, you know, more technical education is needed, not, you know, like.
Yeah, thank you. And the one at Wright Tech in Stanford is renovated as well. And I remember when I was a student, that was a place where they put kids who just didn't seem like they wanted to learn
That's right.
there. And it was almost a dumping ground rather than a place to get a good education. and have a
Sadly,
good-
that's
have a
true,
good
yeah.
job. So I appreciate your historical perspective because I agree with it. And that there's been changes for sure. And as I said earlier, I get a sense that this time there's more synergy on the board, and we'll see greater accomplishments, I guess, and it won't be overlooked as an
Absolutely.
education, as a place for good education
Yeah.
for the state. So
We're currently working on initiatives. Dr. Solik and I met with the president of the community colleges last week. We're working on initiatives to try to establish either 12 through 14, you come into the technical high schools and you see a clear pathway from 9th grade right through an associate's degree, or 11 through 14 for some of the more technically challenging career paths, you know, where you might need to be older to be credentialed or to be certified. So those are initiatives that are very exciting right now. And I believe, you know, they'll come to fruition very quickly.
yeah, great. And you were a special ed teacher?
Yeah.
All right, you're getting into heaven. Because that is one of the toughest jobs, and takes special people to do that. My mom was an aide for years with in special ed department at the middle school that I went to, and it's a very tough, and I know a lot of people who are special ed teachers, but they have a special passion for the job, and I just want to acknowledge that because I know it's
you.
hard work for sure. Representative Yakarino, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really don't have a question. I just want to say thank you to Patricia and all the folks today for stepping up to help our state, especially with education. So thank you, and thanks for all your years of service as teaching, stepping up for this board. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Question. Any other questions for members of the committee? Seeing none, this pays to go last.
Yeah.
We'll just ask the one last question. Is there anything in your past that might prove to be embarrassing to you, the governor, this committee, or the state of Connecticut?
No,
Okay, thank you so much.
thank you.
All right, we will close off this public hearing, and when Madam Clerk says it's time, we will open our committee meeting.
I looked, I already looked.
All right, good morning, everybody. We'll call the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee to order for Tuesday, April 4th, 2023, in 1A of the Legislative Office Building, Zoom and YouTube Live. Let's start with our House Item 3, number 1, House Joint Resolution. First one is Captain John Allen Carter of Newtown to be a member of the Connecticut Port Authority Board of Directors. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Yakarino. Any comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey.
Yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa, Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rutigliano, Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Senator Summers. Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Next is number 2, Sophia Japanin of Avon to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education. Is there a motion?
So move.
Been moved by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second? Second by Representative Figueroa. I think her hand's up. Figueroa, do you want to second that nomination?
I have a question on the prior vote. Was my name called?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
we can
We'll-
take your
We
vote
can, we'll
after.
come back to you on that one. Do you want-
Second,
Okay, second
Nation.
by Representative Sanchez. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey.
Yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Senator Fonfara. Oh, Representative Figueroa, would you repeat your vote?
You need to be on camera, ma'am.
I need to see your face on camera.
Representative, just say yes if you're a yes. So and with your camera on. You're still on mute.
I apologize. I'm having trouble with my Wi-Fi. Are you speaking to me? I apologize.
Yes, we can hear you. Are you a yes on this resolution?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rutigliano, Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Summers. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, item number 4 is Jeff Gildea of Derby to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System Board. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Yakarino,
Second.
seconded by Representative Godfrey. Is there any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey,
Yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa, Representative Figueroa,
We couldn't hear you, either your mute's off. Can you just repeat that again, please?
Yes.
Thank
Okay,
you, got it.
ma'am. Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
thank you. Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Rutigliano.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Oh, thank you. Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
thank you. Senator Summers. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is Karen Wasiwa Birch of Farmington to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System Board. Is there a motion?
So move.
It's been moved by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Yakarino. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey.
Yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
thank you. Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
thank you. Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
thank you. Representative Rutigliano, Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez vote yes.
thank you. Senator Summers. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Patricia Keaveney Maruka of Prospect to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System Board. Is there a motion?
So move.
Moved by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Sanchez. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey.
Yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa, Representative Figueroa,
Can you speak one more time into it? We can't hear you. We'll come back, Representative.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
thank you. Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
thank you. Representative Rutigliano, Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Summers. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Our last item is Lance E. Hall of Windsor to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System Board. We voted on him last week only as a Senate resolution, and only senators voted. So we have to do a revote because it is a joint resolution. So congratulations, Mr. Hall, get voted on twice before we get to the legislature. So comes an extra prize. Is so item number 3, Lance E. Hall of Windsor, be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System Board. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Is that by, was that Representative Sanchez? Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey.
Yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa. Senator.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Senator Pompera, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
thank you. Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
thank you. Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Retigliano, Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to hold the votes open till 4:30 today. And Madam Clerk, do we have a time and date of our next meeting or are we waiting?
We're waiting.
We're waiting. Okay. I move the meeting into recess and we'll keep the votes open till 4:30. Thanks, everybody. All right.
Hi, Wendy. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Hold on just a sec. Okay, let's see. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, now I can hear you. All right. John Allen Carter of Newtown to be a member of the Connecticut Port Authority.
Partly in the affirmative.
You've got a new background, so you're sitting somewhere different today.
Yeah, different. Yes, different chair.
Oh, Sophia Japanin of Avon to be a member of the Board of Regents.
Partly in the affirmative.
Karen, how did you say her name? What? Wasina Birch of Farmington to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System.
Partly in the affirmative.
James Gilday of Derby to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Career System.
Yes, partly in the affirmative.
He was said to be you were his favorite, and it was a bummer because he thought you were on.
I know. I'm sorry that I had overlapping like always. I'm going to give him a call. Yeah.
Oh.
Glad to see him on there. He'll be great.
We had to re-vote on Lance Hall from last week because we voted as if it was a House resolution, but it was a House joint.
Oh, got it.
So Lance Hall of Windsor to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System.
Yes, partly in the affirmative.
Patricia Keaveney Maruka of Process to be a member of the CTEX, same board.
Oh, who is that? Pat Maruka?
Patricia Keaveney Maruka.
Maruka, yes, in the affirmative.
Jeff Offer of Coventry, CTEX also.
In the affirmative, partly in the affirmative.
And that is everybody.
Thank you so much, Wendy. I'm sorry I couldn't stay on with you. It was a good group this morning. Okay, thanks. Take care. Best. Have a good holiday.
Oh, thanks. You too. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, Wendy.
Yes, Senator. 1 sec. There you go. Okay. I'm going to use the abbreviation CTEX for
Okay,
the Connecticut Technical Education Career System, if you don't mind.
that's fine.
Okay. Karen Wasina Birch of Farmington to be a member of CTEX.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Okay. James Gilday of Derby to be a member of CTEX.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Lance Hall of Windsor to be a member of CTEX. This was he was on last week, but we did it as a House resolution instead of a joint.
Sure. Senator Kelly votes yes.
Okay, thank you. Patricia Keaveney Maruka of Prospect to be a member of CTEX.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Jeff Ocker of Coventry to be a member of CTEX.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
John Allen Carter of Newtown to be a member of the Connecticut Port Authority Board of Directors.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
And Sophia Japanin of Avon to be a member of the Board of Regents.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Wendy.
Have a good
Take
weekend.
care.
Bye.
You too.
Representative. Can you hear me? Hit your mute. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Oh, thank
Okay.
God. I apologize. I'm having trouble with Wi-Fi.
That's okay. So,
So-
let's see which one we missed. John Allen Carter of Newtown to be a member of the Connecticut Port Authority.
Yes.
Okay, and let's see. There was one at the end that everybody missed, so let me just check that one too.
Okay, thank you, Wendy.
You're welcome. Patricia Keepney Maruka of Prospect to be a member of CTEX,
Yes.
and one more.
Really? I
It
thought
was-
I had missed only two.
Well, it was one that everybody missed because he forgot to call it.
Ah,
Jeff Ocker of Coventry to be a member of CTEC.
yes.
Okay, wonderful. So you're all set.
All right. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Bye-bye.
You're muted. How are you? Super. Did you have a rough night? It was a long one. Yeah. In a good way, though, obviously. Let's see. You in a stairwell or something? What's that? Are you in a stairwell or something? No, just at the airport, just sitting. Yeah, still here. Okay, I have for you Jeff Offer of Coventry to be a member of the, I'm gonna just say CTEC. Yes. Of CTEC. Yes. John Allen Carter of Newtown to be a member of the Connecticut Port Authority. Yes. Sophia Japanin of Avon to be a member of the Board of Regents. Yes. Karen Wasina Birch of Farmington to be a member of CTEC. Yes. James Gilday of Derby to be a member of CTEC. Yes. This is a revote on Lance Hall from last week. Remember, we did it as a House resolution. It needs to be a House joint. Oh, okay. Yep. So Lance Hall to be a member of CTEC. Yes. Patricia Keaveney Maruka of Prospect to be a member of CTEC. Yes. And that's all. You're all set. Awesome. Thanks, Wendy. All right. Take I'll see you care. soon. Bye. All right.
Wendy?
Yes.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi.
I thought you voted. I'm sorry. Thank you
No,
for
you
reaching
voted
out.
on nothing, but Bob forgot to call one and we
That's
realized
fine.
at the
No, I
end.
appreciate you reaching out.
Um, let me just find where I put it. It's Jeff Ocker of Coventry to be a member of CTEX.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. It was just
I'll see you
that.
soon. I'm coming back in person. So tomorrow.
Well, we'll be glad to see you.
We won't have a meeting till next week.
The 13th is the next possible, but I should be able to get you that info soon.
Oh, the 13th?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Because the bakery's open only Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that's a Thursday. All right. I'll see you then. Thank
Okay.
you, Wendy.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Representative. Hi, Wendy. How are you? I'm well, thanks. With vote in here, John Allen Carter of Newtown to be a member of the Connecticut Port Authority Board of Directors. Yes. Sophia Zappanin of Avon to be a member of the Board of Regents. Yes. Karen Messina Birch of Farmington to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System. Yes. James Gilday of Derby to be a member of CTEX. Yes.
Lance Hall of Lincoln, be a member of the CTEX also. This is a revote because we did it as a House resolution last week, and it should have been a House joint resolution.
Got it. Okay.
So it's just a revote on that.
Yes.
Patricia Keaveney Maruka of Prospect to be a member of CTEX.
Yes.
And Jeff Alker of Coventry to be a member of the Connecticut CTEX, Connecticut Technical Career Education Board.
Yes.
Thank you. Looks like you're somewhere nice.
Oh, if only.
Take care and I'll see you soon. Bye now.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi, glad I got you.
No
Just
problem.
forgot to call one person. Jeff Alker,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. No
Okay.
problem at all.
Got
Is
it.
no voting from the plane or from Houston?
Rep Concepcion,
Yeah,
he voted from the airport on his
okay.
phone. Little tiny picture, but he got in.
Bloodshot eyes and,
A little bit blurry on the screen, but no worse for the wear.
okay.
Thank you.
All right, I've still got April 18th down as a possible meeting. Continue to hold that or?
I'm not sure. I'm waiting for information from the governor's office.
Okay,
And I don't have names. It's gonna be maybe the 13th, maybe the 18th, but I just kind of have to wait and see what I get from them.
okay.
So I'll let you know as soon as I can.
All right, perfect.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right, thanks, Wendy.
Here. Bye.
Bye.
I'm a representative. You're muted, sir. We just have,
Hello.
one that Senator Duff forgot to call,
Okay.
and that's Jeff Alker of Coventry to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career Board.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you so much, sir. And so that's everything. Don't need to hang around much longer. So all set.
Okay, thank you. Have a great evening.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Representative.
How are you today?
Fine, thanks.
I get
I need to vote. Thank you.
Are you driving?
No, I'm parked.
Okay. Have you John Allen Carter of Newtown to be a member of the Connecticut Port Authority.
Yes.
Sophia Japanin of Avon to be a member of the Board of Regents.
Yes. I think I'm going to be a yes on everything today.
I know, but I still have to say that.
I understand. It's okay.
Karen Woznia, how do we say her name again? Woznia Birch of Farmington to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education Career System Board.
Yes,
I'm going to say CTEX from now on.
you do that.
James Gilday of Derby to be a member of CTEX.
Yes.
Lance Paul of Windsor to be a member of CTEX.
Yes.
That's a revote from last week. We voted as a House resolution now, and it was supposed to be a House joint.
Okay.
Patricia Keaveney Maruka to be a member of CTEC.
Yes.
Jeff Alker of Coventry to be a member of CTEC.
Yes.
And that's all. You
Go
don't have-
Huskies. Have a great day. Bye.